granted, it's a different world. That seems like a strange position. But I also think that, like, I think he was done dirty in the club.
Yeah, I just say that because I'm just trying to repay. I'm just trying to pay it forward, you know.
Fair
I do agree with you.
All right. There's a couple other things that I wanted to about. Okay. Venezuela. I think we really disagreed on this one.
Yeah.
So I want to know exactly what your take was. I was like kind of told by people. And I was kind of surprised by that. So what is your position on that?
I'm all for it. I believe in the Monroe Doctrine. I believe in hemispheric defense. And I think it's legitimate. I think it was a low cost, low casualty intervention that in the end is a huge strategic victory for a few reasons, which is we're going to be able to go in there, increase their oil output, and then take the oil. Then we also get Cuba to boot. John Radcliffe. Iran, that's on the other side of the world, and they've been preparing for this war for 30 years. They got 190 billion. Venezuela, Cuba, that's our backyard, and that's where all our shipping occurs. Mexico's our number one trading partner. That's the Gulf of America, and Russia and China are spying on us there. China's building all this dual-use infrastructure in Latin America.
With the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, number one, there were two parts to the Monroe Doctrine. Everyone seems to forget the second. And the second part was that then we won't interfere there. So we're certainly not following that part.
Right.
But the Monroe Doctrine essentially said that there can't be any more European colonies here. That you can't colonize any more of our hemisphere. There were already European colonies at the time. Maybe they do some business with some people we don't like, or maybe there's some, I don't know, connection to a foreign power. That doesn't seem like the Monroe Doctrine said we can invade any country, whatever. We can go to war with any country we want because it's in our backyard. So I don't think that's exactly right. Also, it's not like the Monroe Doctrine is a law. It's something the president said. But I don't know. I don't think it's consistent. I would also add, if you're going to say low cost, I think you got to add the Iran war into that cost on some level. I think there's no question that the Venezuela strike being such a success is a big part of why Donald Trump was primed to be convinced that he could have another big success in Iran. And I think coming off that big success, it did seem to really encourage, and I'm not trying to remove blame from anyone else, but it did seem to encourage him that, like, yeah, you can do this. You can be great. You can be tremendous and awesome with the military. I don't know. When we said earlier, when we were talking about the war in Iran, and I said, like, look, part of it's a moral issue for me. It's like, you're murdering people like this. How is it? And I don't like to be I'm not a Christian. I don't like when non-Christians, like, try to lecture Christians about Christianity or something. So I'm not, like, lecturing. But I guess I don't see, like, how is it to almost like, if you have a view, let's say, look, some people died in the war in Venezuela. I don't know, not that many people died, but some people died. Say something's in our hemisphere, it's good for us. We could go kill them and take their shit, and then we'll have their shit. You get like how is that consistent with Christianity?
Yeah, well, can we get into the Monroe Doctrine stuff?
Sure, whatever you want. Yeah.
So, as far as the Monroe Doctrine is concerned, if you look at it, it has evolved over time. And it seems that it has evolved as America's become more powerful. When it was promulgated originally, we really had no navy, and so no ability to added to it in the late 19th century when we became the preeminent superpower in the Western Hemisphere that basically said, we are the sovereign of the Western Hemisphere. Our edict is the law. Like, whatever we say goes. So it is consistent with that. What's more, Venezuela and Cuba are effectively influence from Russia and China in the same way that a colony from France or Britain would pose. It's like intelligence operations. In our sphere of influence. So I would just say that. As far as the Christian angle is concerned, I don't think it's very clean, because in the era of strategic weapons and intelligence and all the modern technology, it gets a bit convoluted what constitutes national defense, because there's really is convoluted layers, as you know, of strategic thinking about nuclear weapons and how they're delivered. And could say, like, reasonably speaking, if Cuba has some kind of Russian-Chinese spying post on it in preparation for some future global war, it is theoretically in self-defense to try your best to neutralize that. Now, that doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and, like, well, let's just kill everyone in Cuba, because we could do it. But I think within reason, you're able to conduct these kinds of extraordinary operations that are outside of what would be considered like a just war in the Middle Ages, like we're going to war with this kingdom because whatever. And in the case of Venezuela, it was so limited. So it's really, I wouldn't even call it a war, even a military operation. We just extradited one person who happened to be running a country that is a criminal enterprise. You know, Venezuela is a socialist dictatorship, and arguably they are like a criminal regime. Socialism's against the Catholic Church.
But what makes a criminal, from my perspective,
Well,
they're all criminal regimes. But yeah, so but like, well, I mean, what makes them a criminal regime?
Like, they make money off of kidnapping is huge there. Like, people get kidnapped all the time.
Yeah.
Paid to release the hostages.
You know, I mean, you mentioned dictatorship, but you don't believe in democracy. So, like, I don't say dictatorship to me. It wouldn't seem like that would be a bridge too far for
yeah, but there's good dictatorships and bad dictatorships.
Okay.
Point being is, like, if you want to use the moral angle, kind of like decent humanitarian regime, like this one.
Well, I agree. Listen,
corrupt
I'm the libertarian, so I'm no fan of like the Maduro regime or the Chavez regime or anything like that. I guess like the updated just war theory that you just laid out just seems to me to be vague enough for the Israel lobby to have 10 wars through. You know, like this, that, well, they're in connection with another country. They could, I mean, the nuclear issue is not an issue with Venezuela or Cuba. I mean, to me, I think Donald Trump has celebrated how wonderful this is, claimed it was a regime change, claimed we're in control of the oil now. Now, of course, for other factors, but Americans have only seen an increase in oil costs since then. What seems to me to have been accomplished by the war is a pretty brutal energy blockade of Cuba. I mean, this is a little island that's been destroyed by communism for
nuclear armed, and that means that we're kind of engaged with them in every way at all times. As long as those weapons exist, we're always going to be spying on them. We're always going to be in some like virtual state of conflict with them, and that is global because the whole basis of the Monroe Doctrine is nobody can touch us because of the oceans. Well, what our adversary is going to do, they're going to try to get on our side. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, whatever, or even building the dual use stuff in every other country, Argentina, Peru, Jamaica, Haiti, whatever. So I do I would classify that under something like self-defense, and with proportionality, like I said, we're not saying like, and by we I mean me, I guess. I'm not saying like we could go to war with Venezuela and like invade their country and take their sovereignty, take all their supplies. I'm saying though that if they're aligned against us in our hemisphere in a way that's threatening, we should be able to go in and change that. If they want it to be better, they should just align with us. You know, you say, well, Cuba's this tiny defenseless island. Okay, well then you better submit to Washington because you're right next to the superpower, and they're playing games.
Saying you better submit to Washington is how we've got the whole situation in Cuba for 60 years. You know, I mean that was what they said initially. You better submit to Washington.
And if they want to avoid that, if they want to avoid a war, then they could always choose a diplomatic option.
So could Iran. So could all of Israel's enemies, though. You know.
But Israel can. I would say that's a different story.
Because but that is true about both of them, you know. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just think that I think, you know, essentially my take on all this shit is that and I think this is right. I know this is kind of like a boring, you know, there's just not the energy to some of my views that there's because this is just. But I think that the bottom line here kind of is we can't afford the government we have, or even close to it. You just can't afford this. We're living under the biggest government in the history of the world. I mean, like orders of magnitude. Like, it really is. They just look at how much money Washington spends every year, and you know we can't afford the entitlement programs, let alone the world empire. And so we're $40 trillion in debt, and that's not even representing it because even our entire tax base plus the $40 trillion in debt couldn't pay for this size of government. And so we just have to print the money to make up the difference. And we've printed, I know you might even know some of these numbers better than me, but what is it, since George W. Bush, I think we've created like 80% of the money that's ever been created. We're just printing trillions and trillions of dollars. This is how we essentially band-aided over this bullet wound of an economy. And because of this is what's destroying essentially the currency. It's what's making life unaffordable for young people and working class people. And if you're going to continue to debase your currency, you're going to continue to see life like this, where you know it really does destroy any hope in having a conservative country. I don't mean just conservative, like in decent values. If young people can't afford to start families, and all this stuff about like kind of looking for another war when they're even as you describe it, this isn't a war of necessity that you're describing. You're describing a
would the sovereign state they're allied with Russia. The sovereign state they're allied with Russia, so they're putting nuclear missiles to defend themselves. You would say no, that threatened us. It's too close. And the same goes even you know, for other conflicts that have happened in the world. I think morally speaking, it just gets a bit more complex because of the nature of how things are. And I would take it a step further and say, when it comes to you know, this being a war of choice. If you actually look at the strategic situation, we've been losing the Western Hemisphere for 15 years. China's become the number one trading partner of basically all of Central and South America and the Caribbean. And what this does is it allows them then to go in and build all this infrastructure. And that's part of a very concerted play. Like they are trying to increase their influence. They're building this stuff, and they're building this stuff in anticipation that they're going to put their Navy there. They have 400 times the shipbuilding capacity as us. They're building deep water ports everywhere, eventually to put their ships. And like, for example, there's a new technology. They put with weapons, that obviously puts us in a big disadvantage. So, you know, it's like that other expression, if you want people for war.
Yeah.
How do we check China? I don't think it's a war of choice. I think this is, we're kind of getting our act together because we let it go in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, Taiwan's going to have to submit. I think
to China.
I mean, I say kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I actually agree with you on that one. I think that so you brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's a good example. And I would certainly agree with you that no, that is something And it's totally reasonable to go like, no, we can't. I understand you haven't bombed us yet, but I can't be expected to sit here with a knife at my throat and go on with life as normal. This is intolerable. But of course, the solution to that, as you well know, was for Jack Kennedy to get on the phone. I mean, it was not solved by invading Cuba. In fact, when he invaded Cuba, it was an unmitigated disaster. But this was making a deal and saying, listen, we can't. And in exchange for that, we will pull our, what was it, from Turkey? I think we moved our nukes back. Just seems to me like with all these problems, that would be a way better way to solve them. And of course, the U.S. does have tremendous leverage if it were willing or able to use it. Now, this is one of the interesting dynamics with our government is that it's this giant organization, but it's not exactly like the guy at the top just runs the whole organization. There's many factions within it. And if the guy at the top is going with the wind, he's very powerful. But if he's going against the wind, like, in other words, if the president of the United States of America is the most powerful position in the world, in some respects, if Donald Trump wants to start a war, he can start a war anywhere he wants to. There's really no more congressional, authorization or even war powers or anything. And honestly, like, does anyone believe, even if they did, if this War Powers Act had passed and Donald Trump just went, suck my dick, does anyone think like that anything would have changed? So he's starting wars. He's very powerful. Now, if you want to destroy the military-industrial complex, he basically has as much power as me or you. So like if you're going with the grain, you're very powerful, but going against it, you're not. But like for example, if you wanted to end, say, like the war in Ukraine, a little bit tougher now. At the beginning, they would, but we have enormous cards we can play. We can say, hey, look, we'll leave NATO. The U.S. will leave NATO. It'll be just a European alliance. You can come in and we'll leave, but you all work out like. You could get Putin to stop, but you'd have to give him something, And even as you say this, I don't disagree with like some of the potential issues that you're talking about, and it is a very new world. And look, even as we're watching in Iran, I've been at this for 20 years now, and drones in war were just not a thing. That just wasn't a thing. It was a brand new thing when we had them. Now all of a sudden, this is a new reality. It totally changes warfare now when they can essentially close the Strait of Hormuz. And spending trillions of dollars, they've been doing business with everybody. And like perhaps then maybe that would be, if we want to get into that strategic fight, that it would be to, okay, yeah, let's do diplomacy. There's a lot of shit that the rest of the world really hates that we do. China, when Donald Trump even just went over there now, right, like he wants them to stop helping around in whatever logistical intelligence way they've been, and they want a whole lot of things from him. Like, we can get things, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just even things like big military mobilizations in Asia or something like that. They have a real problem with that. And so, us arming Taiwan or something. So, I guess my point is just that, like, we could, rather than, like, launching wars over this stuff, and look, the Venezuela one didn't turn into, like, a catastrophe, but you risk that every time you launch one of these wars. And I think we would be much better off at just, like, being was all tied in with the CIA and a whole lot of stuff going on that we're not aware of. Okay, I'm glad you prefer diplomacy first, Nick Fuentes. I very much enjoy our. I hope this doesn't break into a hot war.
Ceasefire's intact.
The ceasefire is still intact, hanging on by a thread. It's a lot stronger than the ceasefire in the Middle East right now. Dude, I really always enjoy talking with you. Thank you so much for coming back on, and look forward to doing it again.
Likewise, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for listening, guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Okay, that was the world famous Nick Fuentes. Whenever we catch him, we always record him because I like building a library of the enemy. Just like Dan Bilzerian, one of the highest level psychopaths I've ever seen in my life. Dan Bilzerian. Him and Nick are feuding, the Tate brothers and Sneeko. I don't even know who Sneeko is. My friend, do you know who Sneeko is?
You should not know who that person is.
I do not know Sneeko.
It's bad. It would be bad if you knew who that was.
I also didn't know who Chud, the architect, is.
Do you know Olivia, the Palestinian?
Yes, Habibti, I do know, and if you see her on the TikTok, she has her scarf on and she is drinking water and getting her lips wet. She's so pretty.
Do you know who Weeby is?
So I've been reading Ayn Rand all morning. Back into reading. But I'm going to prove to you that I'm actually reading and putting it on YouTube and using my new phone and creating valuable content for my audience who want to purchase my wicker baskets or maybe come to a wicker basket workshop at the Renaissance Fair. Maybe you're going to pick up a musical instrument. Maybe you're going to decide to become a musician one day.
I already am a musician, John. Here's my YouTube channel.
trying to figure out a good way to cool my room here. There's really no good way to do it other than put the air conditioner in, run it, then turn it off, run it, and turn it. That's what I'm gonna have to do is plug in my air conditioner. I got no choice. I can't sit in a room that's 90 degrees. Rabbona Shalom. Rabbona Shalom. I was somebody in another room. I won't mention her name. Was
Stop saying that! Stop saying that!
so I sold her pussy pictures to a Canadian pussy broker, and then I was told that I have to apologize for engaging in comedy. Rabbona Shalom. How many times a day do you think Danny says conspiracy theory or, psyop on this app? I mean, I could just imagine her going to a psychiatrist and being like, I'm in a psyop, I'm in a psyop. And they're like, what are you talking about? She's like, you don't know I'm in a psyop. They're like, could you shut up? She's like, no, you're part of the psyop. Okay, I'm going to keep reading Ayn Rand. Welcome to Kitover Book Club. What are you doing with your time these days, John? Oh, well, I read books with veterans that suffer from PTSD. That's great, John. Oh my God, I love that for you. Thank you for loving that for me. We're now going to do what I'm. Whole book. Okay, so this is page 50, The Virtue of Selfishness. I'm also using 2 AI wearable devices as I record this, and I'm looking at 25 different cell phones. I'm using Meta and Loki. Page 50. And the question of why man is not a sacrificial animal and why help to others is not his moral duty, I refer you to Atlas Shrugged. Objectivism and altruism can be seen most clearly. Sacrifice is the moral principle of action, then that husband should sacrifice his wife for the sake of 10 other women. What distinguishes the wife from the 10 others? Nothing but her value to the husband, who has to make the choice. Nothing but the fact that his happiness requires her survival. The objectivist ethics would tell him your highest moral purpose is the achievement of your own happiness. Your money is yours. Use it to save your wife. That is your moral right and your rational moral choice. Consider the soul of the altruistic moralist, who would be prepared to tell that husband the opposite. And then ask yourself whether altruism is motivated by benevolence. The proper method of judging when or whether one should help another person is by reference to one's own rational self-interest and one's own hierarchy of values. The time, money, or effort one gives or the risk one takes should be proportionate to the value of the person in relation to one's own happiness. To illustrate this on the altruist's favorite example, the issue of saving a drowning person. If the person to be saved is a stranger, it is morally proper to save him only when the danger to one's own life is minimal. When the danger is great, it would be immoral to attempt it. Only a lack of self-esteem could permit one to value one's life no higher than that of any random stranger. And conversely, if one is drowning, one cannot expect a stranger to risk his life for one's sake, remembering that one's life cannot be as valuable to him as his own. If the person to be saved is not a stranger, then the risk one should be willing to take is greater in proportion to the greatness of that person's value to oneself. If it is the man or woman one loves, then one can be willing to give one's own life to save him or her, for the selfish reason that life without the loved person could be unbearable. Conversely, if a man is able to swim and to save his drowning wife, but becomes gives in to an unjustified irrational fear and lets her drown, then spends his life in loneliness and misery, one would not call him selfish. One would condemn him morally for his treason to himself and to his own values. It is his failure to fight for the preservation of a value crucial to his own happiness. Remember, the values are that which one acts to gain, and that one's own happiness has to be achieved by one's own effort, since happiness is the moral purpose of one's life. The man who fails to achieve it because of his own default, because of his failure to fight for it, is morally guilty. The virtue involved in helping those one loves in accordance with one's values, of expressing, upholding, and translating them into practical reality. If a man professes to love a woman, yet his actions are indifferent, inimical, or damaging to her, it is his lack of integrity that makes him immoral. The same principle applies to relationships among friends. If one's friend is in trouble, to help him by whatever non-sacrificial means are appropriate. For instance, if one's friend is starving, it is not a sacrifice, but an act of integrity to give him money for food rather than buy some insignificant gadget for oneself. Because his wealth, if the budget means more than the friend's suffering, practical implementation of friendship, affection, and love consists of incorporating the rational welfare of the person involved into one's own hierarchy of values and acting accordingly. But this is a reward which men have to earn by means of their virtues and which one. What then should one properly grant to strangers? The generalized respect and goodwill which one should grant to a human being in the name of the potential value he represents until and unless he forfeits it. A rational is such a common bond among us value to him. This does not mean that he regards human lives as interchangeable with his own. He recognizes the fact that his own life is the source, not only of all his values, but of his capacity to value. Sexualized. If he finds them guilty of major evils, his goodwill is replaced by contempt and moral condemnation. If one values human life, one can value its destroyers. If he finds them to be virtuous, he grants them personal, individual value and appreciation in proportion to their virtues. It is on the ground of that generalized goodwill and respect for the value of human life that one helps strangers in an emergency. In an emergency. It is important to differentiate between the rules of conduct in an emergency situation. This does not mean a double standard of morality. Is impossible, such as a flood, an earthquake, a fire, shipwreck. In an emergency situation, men's primary goal is to combat the disaster, escape the danger, and restore normal conditions, to reach dry land, to put out the fire, etc. By normal conditions, I mean metaphysically normal, normal in the nature of things, appropriate to human existence. Men can live on land, but not in water or in a raging fire, since men are not omnipotent. It is metaphysical which case their only task is to return to those conditions under which their lives can continue. By its nature, men would perish. It is only in emergency situations that one should volunteer to help strangers, if it is in one. For instance, okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. Hope you're enjoying this. This is mayoral candidate John
So
Kitover.
we shouldn't help each other.
Emergency situation.
Sorry.
Only in an emergency. Well, you use the soft H there. You're getting better. One day at a time. Hard R to soft H all the way to just N word. Then from N word, you can just get back to books. It's too hot in here to continue reading. I am going to open up a window. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's much better. So I don't know if you know about Dan Bilzerian, but maybe to have ever lived. And I was looking at his X account months ago. Shocking, like beyond shocking, and can't believe some of the things he writes is even permissible under law. That like the Department of Justice can't go to Elon Musk and X and say, hey, fortunately, you may not want to suspend this user or limit his freedom of speech, but these things and be in possession of a massive arsenal of weapons because he has one of the largest caches of weapons. And he's sitting there asking Nick Fuentes about, A wording or K wording Ben Shapiro and Dr. Netanyahu. And it's so funny because Nick Fuentes is like roast. And they go to like a book. I just did what like 0.0001% of the population actually does, which is read a book. So I can prove that I'm in the top 1% because I can actually point you towards is competing with their media in the attention economy. And that's why Is a clown house. Whack 100.
It's a solid nigga deal right there.
Didn't say I lived on Brookdale. I said that was around the corner.
No, we're
not doing that for sunshine.
I'm playing
Bring
with
some
that.
sunshine to the room. I know you are.
You think she gonna fall for that forest?
Where my Bay Area people at?
The what?
Anybody from the Bay in here?
My friend. It's a projection, my friend. It's all projection.
Is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all. They shall bring the glory of the stars.
It's for dumb people. The code is for dumb people. It's like to meet someone with it's inherently kind of like just like a weird sort of
In the name of Jesus. woman. They shattered my children into their fold.
What strange superpowers appeared in Gen
They
V?
shall
The most dangerous
bring
person
the
is
glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendrous serpent. 19 hours your linen woman.
of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Imus, the minister of all the clouds is in the pool, not the pool in the clouds. I worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. A manifestation of new light to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. In our midst, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God. Because he's in the pool, not the pool in the cats. Night worship and the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of one saving thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the one my soul behold, the mercy mine I wear. By my robe I invoke by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers round these conquering more for us avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horseman. My head I involved in.
What is now Veracruz. 11 ships, roughly 500 men.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Several wild groups have held their independence, despite being surrounded. The Congo to Mushika and resented it.
By me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure.
Small kingdoms
By the bright free mine is the garment of white, soul with gold. The flashing of light that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee.
If it is in one's power, violence.
Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Taken to another woman. Distinguishes the life from the bulls.
Mine is the turn of my tongue. And mine the blue figure of the nation. It's my Lord, I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of her. So run I up the beat in my power of glory. My fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine heart of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Draw triumph and conquering Lord. bore me with labor and pain and fear. From my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the mine is the garment of white soul with gold. The flashing of light that I wear. I'm a robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and title. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue vicar of the infinite. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, for run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the wonderful power in the face of the master. In the heart of God, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart is not true, waves of music in the sun that I may the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. The diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I
My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run, feel it. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. Wisdom of God, now it's all. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Let go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 out of 10 out of 11. I'll breathe in your holy cold and the storm my head lays down upon wisdom of God. Now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, my eyes open. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it to know. Wisdom of God, now it's on. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame.
And that's the part that we don't even know who.
Gods. And I'm invited over there, and there is a hand washing or some kind of ritual that is sort of, this is what's done. I would absolutely not only do it out of courtesy, but as a guest in your home. And
Oh my God. Girls are incomplete. Girls.
I just hate bears.
yeah, I know. Society. That's how we
That's why I don't let my dogs lick me in the face. I ain't trusting their mouth.
Don't fucking play with me. I ain't it. Now I'm about to share. How do you think? In my telegram. You know, tearing it up.
Okay, this is Patty from Clubhouse. She's having a mental break. She created a room called You Played Again, Now You Blocked for Life. She's putting it in her Telegram. She is pissed.
You know what I love about them? I love how they're a mix of religion, politics, and fucking stuff. Because you cannot delete your own fucking anymore.
Name is because
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the Prince Priest to me. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows of splendorous serpent. 19 azure linen woman in the convent. 20 key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the child God's heart is the naked splendor of the witch. soon. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem as yours is, the naked splendor of newt. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are mine, awaketh now soon. My joy is to see your child. Above, the gemmed azure is, the naked she bends in ecstasy to kiss of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue, mine awaketh nachon soon. My joy is to see your child.
manifestation of night, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. In our needs, my secret center, my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Lord Akbar. Visions and hope. Night was there, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret nation of the many and the long. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten Son of my Father. My Father is dead. My
extraterrestrial nature.
Hello, moderators.
Like the soul?
Good afternoon, moderators. Angel, Smiler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John. So to explain, that wasn't a relevant point. I can agree with you. The point that
By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Its strike at thy bidding. By the sword I
extend the argument is what I'm saying.
Hello, moderators.
Nature is about what makes you you. So the human nature is like what makes a human a human. A soul of nature is what makes a soul a soul, and you can't conflate those things.
No,
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is John. Thank you.
yeah, I think it's popcorn, John. So if you wanna,
Okay, well, I just want to interrupt
if
then.
you want to just interrupt the conversation and just get into the conversation, sure, John. We've been waiting for you.
I want to say hi to Caleb down there, Ramona Shalom.
No, I'm just saying, thank you so much for waiting to the peak of the conversation to butt in. So we have to start all over. Thank you so much, John.
You're welcome. Well, I want to say I just screenshotted all of that information about the Hegelian speculative philosophy. Very interesting stuff. And I just want to say, I don't want to interrupt your flow and what you're saying. I would just request in the future, within 5 to 10 minutes, that for 60 seconds you let me read one page from Ayn Rand, which is objectivist.
Come back in 25 minutes.
Okay, we'll do.
I'll let you have 25 minutes. We'll do 25 for 25. Yeah, 25 for 25. That's good. That's funny as hell. Yeah.
See, that's an investment in yourself. That's an investment in your value.
White hand is thy sword of Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horn from my head I invoked it. This guy's crazy. Hey, what's up?
Jacob, I got an event for you to come meet me and two guys down on what is that, North Avenue Beach?
I'm not going to Lakeview anymore. I don't want to get shot.
Well, this is like an EDM. It's on the boat. It's on the rooftop of that boat.
No, I don't know who Mr. E is. Shut the fuck up. My friends out of Chicago.
guy at the bar, a friend of a friend, and he's like, "Yeah, my dad was a Marine in 2002 to 2004. He was a."
How old's the kid?
He was probably 20, 19.
Fuck, I feel old now.
So he must have had the kid when he was 21 or 20.
I wasn't a Marine though.
And his dad's 40 years old.
I never fought the armed forces. My dad did. I always told him, but not me. You remember you spoke with my.
He's a Marine. That's you. You know, I don't know if I ever told you the story, but I got an email from a general and from his office, and it said, you know, he has an open door policy. If there's something you want to discuss, schedule an appointment. So I schedule an appointment. I go into the your announcement, which is, you know, General Kitover reporting his order, General. And then he goes, go in, you salute, and he has to return your salute, and then you drop your salute, and then you stand at attention, and then he says, "What do you want?" And I sat that he said, "Sit down." So I sat down, and he says, "What do you want?" And I said, "Well, I guess, can I first ask you a question? Why don't you have anything in your office?" He had nothing in the office. I'm not kidding. Chair, another chair. I was like, holy shit! Holy shit! On a college military campus.
Damn, but that guy's crazy.
He was, yeah, he was a veteran from Vietnam, and his nose was blown.
Oh, yeah, they're all nuts.
He had no nose. His nose was blown off in a gunfight.
Dude, he said those guys took more combat than any other, whatever. These guys will get bored in there.
She's a man. I'm a man.
Because I don't think that Trump has.
The question asking is blasphemous. The doubt is
I didn't see it yet, but I'm sure like many.
Other views. Be Christian, go out and be forgiving, be Christian, go out and
and for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven,
Most people would say no, right?
or the neurotic
Food.
who in hopeless despair gives up the attempt to solve his problems
It's just suffering.
into an autistic universe by nature, that his body is evil,
Are you suffering?
the thinking
Not
is
at all.
sinful, the question asking is blasphemous, the doubting is depravity, and that he must obey the orders of a supernatural ghost. The third kind sacrifice. If it is a virtue to approximate the mental state of
electric cars here. Food is cheap. I mean, there's all kinds of street.
bro, you gotta
$200, but what about if you're on the Mexican facial? Like I'm talking about like the average person. Everyone complains about not making enough money. That's everything doing in the U.S. But I'll give you a perfect example. Here, a family buy a house, cars, kids.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night, playing the games with a bunch of autistic R-words. On X Spaces where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
They're sort of traditional.
other views.
And
Be Christian.
you probably know there's a huge
Of heaven, do mystics declare that all they demand of man is that he sacrifice his happiness? All they demand
I
of
think you're amazing.
What the hell was in the church?
Gasoline, I want to know where that is.
Word of God state the obvious by just bringing it up right away so we can avoid the obvious redundancy and get past that. And so, and then
You are something else, man.
So,
bringing it up right away so we can avoid the obvious redundancy.
cap, regular
the gasoline prices at 24 pesos per liter. Is my conversion correct?
You think it's a virtue to approximate the mental state of a schizophrenic? Regal is a good example of a man who unfortunately repeats himself over and over and over. Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
At Pemex today.
Be Christian,
Okay, folks, I'm doing what I tell everybody not to do on the line.
Rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven.
Well,
Or the neurotic.
apparently true.
Into an autistic
The average cost of
universe.
gasoline sits between 23 and 20.19 pesos per liter.
Approximately
$1.75 to $1.65 USD, depending on highly on the region and the fuel grade. This is according to Mexico Now. I don't know the site. It's some kind of a news site. You know what that is? Mexico Now. It's a news site. Mexico Now News.
No, I'm not familiar. I usually use big Telemundo or.
Yeah, but this is.
I want to comment on it.
We have ministers in our government. They are represented in the army.
They have a lot of moves. His heart has been. That's not for work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just said.
Right. Yeah, I'll go ask him. Yeah.
Okay, you got Freddie and Vic.
No, bro, I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You about to talk.
To be fair, I'm not gonna lie. I watched it a lot.
Well, what's your thoughts, Freddie?
As for the deployment systems, like if enemy starts deploying level 6 autonomy, as you call it, and you have not started doing that, yes, exactly. So you have to catch up. So my point is that it is very important to think about the safety of these systems, but that thinking should not slow you down in developing them because they are critical for your existential survival, right? Like one person who doesn't get to think about the ethics of the war is that person. That person surely doesn't get to think about what would be the safety risk of such a system. Well, of course, just wrong decisions.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince priest of peace, and in his woman called the scarlet is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20. of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. children under the stars and take your fill of the and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Fighting above the tempest, yours is the naked splendor of your wit. Kiss the secret wonders of a deep glowing star. You are mine, a wink of Nakhon's. And men all do, both their gods and their men of fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of 13 in you. Is to see your joy. 14 above azure, naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wind of the starry blue are wide awake. My joy to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year. The unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For difference. Help me, oh one Lord of these, in my unveiling before the children of men. 16 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister of all upon the cards is in the pool, not the pool in the cards. I worship and the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of new is the red triangle reverse the sign given on once a repeat of the by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sword with gold, the blessing of my head I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Sign of the prophets and time, by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. So I am to thee the crown of glory. I am the one of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke.
child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. And my body I invoke thee. Shine the radiance white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, and the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and title. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine and my little figure at the end of it here. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For anyone that could be covered in the face of the master. Abraham of God. By the word I invoke thee. My God, if I threw waves of music in the song that I made, I will do it for thee. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword. Oh, Johnny and conquering Lord, oh Lord, I beg God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, my life be beaten, by the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Oh, God, oh, God. Man is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure by your brightness.
body. I move about me, shiny diamonds of radiance, white and pure. I their brightness. Mine is the head of the
I'm like watching myself. I'm like, oh, I look creepy.
meeting in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or fallen air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and chosen cross of life and light. Hearing the sign, teaching Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth with me, so that every spirit, whether
came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. Second, stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10, 9, 9, 10, 9, 11. I'll breathe in your holy calm and the storm in my head. Lays down, of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, 9, 9, stay. axle of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. God so chose. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now you shall know that the chosen priest, the son of infinite space, is the prince, priest, being. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the heart 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Rising above the chapters, rise the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret waters of her deep glow. Star blue are mine, wank of Nakhunsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy eyes, the secret ardors of hate. The winged dove is starry blue. Her might awakeneth noch soon. My joy is to see your child.
Every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh woman of feet, in my unveiling before the children of men. 69 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Imus, the minister upon my servants be few and secret, they shall rule of many and to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. I worship them the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given on one sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, the first that I wear. By my robe I invoke invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given on none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark waves of music in the song that I made on hold to invoke thee. Stood court, draw the flaming sword, shall and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my day I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. me with labor and pain and fear. Now my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. My brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, and the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar of the infinity. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that's got the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. My heart is a blue waves of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master drum, strike the flaming sword, drum, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. Is the sword of revenge? Let's try. I not believe. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I move thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! Yes! I bear the rose and cross of life and
That's why the Lebanese, many of the Lebanese, they wanted to protect the Maronite Christians, which they were all expelled by the Muslims. So there's barely any Christians left, and they're barely part of the government at this point. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
The geographic area between Jordan River and Mediterranean Sea has been referred to by variants of the name Palestine for over 3,000 years, evolving from an ancient regional descriptor to an official administrative province.
When was it an official administrative province?
So what El Normo said was totally wrong.
Greek.
No, it's true.
You can clearly,
The Greek?
Yeah.
Please don't cross talk. Please don't cross talk. I just want to get my point uninterrupted. And El Normo's not going to respect the order in the room.
You have to think about me, don't you, though? You got a little
I
thing.
hope you don't get it. So
Well, when he talks about me, I feel like I should respond.
Yeah, but Keo has El Normo. Stop.
He's kind of weird objective with
You're old enough to not to let you answer.
what's that?
yeah, so it all started ancient Egyptian records. They had the beginning, I guess, reference to the area. It was called Palestina, and then it went into the Philistines, and then we have during the 5th century BCE, you have first written record of the name used to describe the entire region, not just the coast. Come from
Where is
the
that
5th
record?
century Greek historian Herodotus.
So
His
you
work
could
is
Napoleon. Napoleon.
He labeled
Cookie pass!
Phoenicia and Egypt
You're
as
confusing
distinct
Celestia. That's
district
one
of
theory.
Syria
Greek to the
called Palestine. Later philosophers, including Aristotle, adopt geographical term.
Yeah.
Early
But there was
Roman
never a
period.
Palestinian.
During the life of Jesus and the early Roman Empire, the official administrative name for the Judean mountains and surrounding area was the Roman province of Judea. However, contemporary Greek and Roman writers still used Palestine informally as a broad geographic designator for the wider region.
Yeah.
So, this idea, what were you going to say?
Yeah, just one tiny thing. Yeah, so Napoleon used the term Palestine in the 1790s. Norm, how do you get around that?
So I think the answer to that question is that it was a geographical designate, not a designate of a country. Right? So I looked some of the language stuff to this. I looked up some of the language stuff to this, which I thought was interesting. It's Encyclopedia Britannica, so at least I find the Encyclopedia Britannica reliable.
Did he leave? He left.
The word Palestine comes from English to Greek in Herodotus as concrete properly mentioned. In the Hebrew Bible, well, the Egyptians and Assyrians, earlier sources in inscriptions refer to the people called some variant of Peliset or Palestu, respectively. But whom these terms refer to remains in the Hebrew Bible later used a similar term, Peleshet, to refer to the Philistines, a people in the Aegean. So it went from all of those names to being Philistia, first under Greeks, to then being Palestina under the Romans, and then translated down through the centuries. That's
Is Greek, is that what we're breaking that down to? Because a lot of people use the Greek language to break down a lot of things because English is not as, I would say first, as Greek is a lot more expansive. And I guess that's why people use it. So are you starting with Greek first, or what other languages are before?
So the people, from what the Encyclopedia Britannica says, the people at the time referred to themselves as Philistines, but other people around them referred to them as Peleshet, Pelestu. In the Bibles, it said it was Peleshet with an H, and then that gets translated into Herodotus' Greek as Palestine, and that then gets translated into the Roman place name Palestinian Major, Palestinian Minor. In fact, the Greek overview of this is, at least I found, quite interesting. It has several different names for the Palestine. Essentially, they split it into 3 separate regions. And so then it gets on that left of its own. The Romans use it as a place designate, not as a country. It describes a geographical area in which there are different city-states at the time, and then slowly evolves into what we know it as today.
Wait, but Marshall, you're mentioning the modern states are the new, relatively new historical term. So starting from 19th century national states, so we didn't have. So why is that point? Was geographical or not?
Oh, I was only telling you what the Encyclopedia Britannica said, not my own opinion. That's how they described it in their overview.
Okay. All these Middle Eastern countries are relatively new and become independent.
What was that you were reading? Britannica, what was that?
The Encyclopedia Britannica. I'll just send you the sources in the back channel so you can look at them.
That's a reliable, because some things I look up and I'm like, books, I'm gonna check that out. Some of the other things I try to, look up on the internet. Some things are redacted, or when you try to look up certain information, and I don't know why. It's like I feel like things they try to hide. Don't hide. Tell us.
Well, the part that I read, same source, said that before the Israelites' conquest of Palestine, the Canaanites dominated the region, and the town of Hebron was an important center
the Zionists in Palestine, they will stay 1 year and then they will vanish from Palestine.
Spanish and what? I'm sorry?
Vanish.
And she mean like disappear, like magic?
Yes, Palestine because they are coward, because they are coward, and because there will be a war in Palestine and after 1 year from now. I will remember my words.
America, man, we should not have to risk our soldiers
So I think that Palestine will be free. It will be, will not be far. It will be near.
You're saying what
And I think that Republicans are worse than democracy. You agree with me at this point?
Trump's dumb. Yes, I agree. He's dumb. I do, man. Yeah,
I hate Republican Party. Yes. By the way, George Bush was from Republican Party and he invaded Iraq in 2003, and also Trump. He
have these rooms where we talk about what's going on in Iran, a lot of Western Iranians, or at least I believe that they're Western, they'll come in the room and they complain about Palestine, like how American a rift. And it's weird because we have our reasons for why people have can get food in there. The flotillas that have had doctors, medical supplies, food, trying to get shit into the country. We've seen the Palestine and
Oh, they did that?
yeah,
They
they
fuck
more
it.
than one occasion.
Slap them. I want to slap them. Why couldn't I find?
I was just asking that question. I do have a problem with it because it's still my groceries are higher. $3 bags of groceries, $100 per bag. Again, it doesn't like vegetable in bulk because if it's just me, even if it's me and my daughter, if I buy like she likes the organic apples and I've gotten used to buying those, I only could buy like 2 or 3. Yeah.
And after 3 days.
You after 3 days, you're right.
You said he gonna help you. He gonna help you. How you gonna help you? You gonna eat? You gonna eat it? You gonna?
You have any charity organization to donate Gaza?
in the wrong negative things because all you're doing is supporting them. You understand? You're supporting the INDNS. You're supporting the ID.
What man talking about blowing up? We ain't doing that, sister. We ain't supporting.
What about?
Out on the lake right now, 95 degrees, feeling like that out here.
Wait. I wanna get in like down to. Well, what country you at? Well, I know you're already in America, but I'm just asking you in what region, in what part of the state.
They're discussing the Iran war and Iran's expectations for it to resume within the next 48 hours. Let me see. Let me get my iPhone goddamn music mode. Because one thing I do need from you, because we've been like trying to talk on it, but we haven't been able to talk on it. And it's kind of crazy when you come in here and nobody speaks on it. But when you're not here, we're looking for you. Can you come up? Rebuild their military because a lot of that they have the industry just like Iran has that industry where they are building within their country. And when you put a pause on, like when they had that, about 2 weeks ago they had their parade. Katrina.
Oh, they only had it. They didn't really have it fully.
Right. There was
what
no
happened was what happened
that there's going to be a ceasefire. I mean, he said that he was going to end the war in 24 hours. Seriously, there is no real talk about like seriously considering or seriously having a ceasefire. That's all BS. Y'all, man. All right, so he's gonna talk about the war in Iran. He's gonna read off some Truth Social posts real quick. So let me go ahead and go do this.
Put A1 up there on the screen. So, Donald Trump's latest Truth Social post for Iran. The clock is ticking. They better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. This is paired actually with some new analysis from Trita Parsi. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen, which he released late last night. He said the Middle East is once again everything, but the top line news there from Trita Parsi is that his sources in Tehran believe that the war will restart within the next 48 hours. It does seem to fit with all of this clock is ticking, some of these exchanges of negotiations, all of which have failed, and we'll get into some of the details, but it does seem basically inevitable at this point. The ceasefire has now been longer, and then the actual war itself, nothing has been accomplished. The amount of oil remains at a trickle. Iran still retains control of the Strait of Hormuz. The global oil
for the globe. That economic noose is only going to continue to tighten. And then you've got the Israelis and the neocons here in the U.S. who are certainly pushing for a return to hostilities. Lindsey Graham made the rounds on the Sunday shows yesterday. This is day 3. Let's take a listen to his.
Terrorize the world. In a short pause, actually, even in a long sweep of history, 30-something days, it's really nothing. But the inevitability of where things must end up, it was decided on the very day that the war itself was launched. We put A4 up here on the screen. This is from the latest military action that took place, and this is very interesting, by the way. Drone strikes UAE near UAE nuclear power plant as U.S. and Iran signal they are prepared to the war. But here's kind of what's interesting. A drone strike sparked a fire on the edge of the sole nuclear power plant in the UAE on Sunday in what the authorities called an unprovoked terrorist attack. No one was blamed, but it highlighted that these strikes came from the West. So you're like, oh, okay, well, let's take a look at a map. There's a lot of countries to the west of the UAE. Who could they be? I mean, the
or anything, but I think it was just like a posture thing that like. And Iran did not take responsibility for it. They're denying it completely. So
Who did it then?
but it is pretty crazy. They playing in our face.
I don't want to see anybody's towns or anything destroyed, but man, that there is beautiful over there. I don't know what to tell people. My God, if you've ever been there, it's real nice. And the chocolate there, a lot better than what we got here. I'm just saying.
You talking about milk chocolate?
She's talking.
Hold on. It tastes horrible. No, they go to a back room, they get you the good chocolate, not the crap sitting on the shelf. Oh no, this is beautiful chocolate, man. This chocolate here is gorgeous, not stuff just sitting in packages all day. This was chocolate that the guy handmade there at the restaurant. You know, this wasn't some stuff in a wrapper.